était coupé. Donc, je sais pas ce qui s'est passé, j'avais plus de port USB en façade apparemment. Donc, j'étais obligé de redémarrer. Ah, viens à toi. On va pouvoir démarrer. Hop. Hop. Et hop. Et on est bien. Mais pareil. Mais pareil pour jouer à du football américain. Et ça c'est beau. Est-ce que j'ai le timer? Oui, j'ai le timer. Ok. Allez, let's go. Let's go, on est parti. On va prendre les règles du football américain. Alors, je connais absolument pas les règles. Enfin, je vois ce que c'est un touchdown quand même. Hein. Je suis pas à ce niveau-là de d'ignorance, mais voilà. C'est à peu près tout ce que je sais. Je suis en train de voir que... Oh, pourtant, je suis là.
Welcome to GameDay.
Et Twitch et...
Let those who would brave
compte
the
pas la session.
gridiron step forth, for the time has come once again to prove your worth. But be wary the victory of which you seek. These arenas are no place for fear, and have no mercy for the weak. Strong must you be if you hope to survive. For defeat comes quick and will eat you alive. Do not question your heart. Be sure of your quest. Answer with action and conquer the rest. This is GameDay.
Yeah. On va voir. Let's see how bad I am. Oh, I forgot about that. Méga beau. Méga beau. Je suppose que c'est les cheerleaders. Et je trouve ça super beau. Timer. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen de les retirer d'ailleurs? Parce que je trouve ça tellement cringe. Donc comment je savais qu'il y avait ça? C'est parce que je teste toujours les jeux pour voir si se lancent avant les mettre dans la liste des jeux à jouer. Donc, enfin, dans la liste des jeux qu'on peut choisir plutôt. Pour ça, je savais qu'il y avait ça. Je te l'avais dit, je crois, Mash, quand j'avais essayé. Je crois que je te l'avais dit hein, qu'il y avait des trucs cringe dedans. Contrôleur. J'y connais rien. Ah yes. Putain, je sais pas. Season, Tournament... Général MGR, je sais pas du tout ce que c'est en fait. Alors, on va mettre le moins de temps possible. 1 minute, c'est très très bien. Ok, pareil. Je vais laisser simu, parce que je sais pas ce que ça change. Ah, je peux faire practice. Vas-y, on va faire practice. Ouais, Forecast, j'ai même pas regardé. On la foutre. Et... Ah oui, c'est parce que... T'inquiète, le timer est en route, c'est juste que j'avais pas output to file. C'est ce que j'avais fait tout à l'heure avant que ça enfin avant de redémarrer l'ordi et j'ai pas repensé à le faire là. Ceci est un ballon. Ce n'est pas un caca. Je sais sur la capture, même sur ma télé, hein, ça se voit mal que c'est un ballon, mais... Bah, c'est une bonne question, là, ce qu'il me propose. Je sais pas du tout. Hein. Là, je sais même pas ce qu'on est là-dessus. Si on est les croix ou les carrés. Ou les ronds. Je sais pas ce qui est quoi et quoi en fait là. Et ça, c'est beau. Ça, je suis déjà perdu. Ah mais je pense pas le finir ce soir. Hein. Je te le dis honnêtement. Je sais même pas si je vais finir cette semaine. Mais, allô? Oui? Ah mais tu peux envoyer le ballon. Bah faut que je trouve comment l'envoyer du coup. I need to find how to send the ball far away. Not like that. Total control passing. Ah, j'essaye hein, de trouver comment faire des passes là. Ah, je crois que j'ai un début de réponse. Yes, it's running on my Psyo Nog. Hello, by the way. So right now I'm practicing because I want to know how to play. Well, it's NTSC. It's on a PAL PS1, but when you play NTSC game, the PAL PS1 runs at NTSC frequency. And yes, this game doesn't seem to lag a lot. Oh, okay. I think I've discovered something. Not that. On PSIO? Nope. Okay. Well, I mainly play on PAL. But for exclusive American release, I obviously play on the NTSC. I also play lip crypt games on NTSC. Yes, I'm French, so that's why I also play on PAL, because I'm French and I grew up. And I think it's only my opinion, but for me, the 32-bit, like the 5th gen and later, doesn't are as bad on PAL than 16-bit or 8-bit. Like I can't play my Mega Drive on the PAL frequency anymore. It feels too slow. Like Sonic 1, I can't play at 50 Hz. But yeah, the PS1 era doesn't feel as bad on PAL. But maybe it's because I grew up with it. Please, can you don't know? Do something, please. No, not like that. Nope. Yeah, it's great. You don't have to mod your console. It does that on the fly. It's not like the Mega. Well, the Mega Drive mod is not that bad. The Mega Drive Switch is not that bad to do, but the SNES one is really hard to do. And you can't for the NES one you can't even mod it. Okay, so I don't know how to pass the ball. Like I'm pressing down and the ball goes on the right. Can I change? Maybe not. Oh, I don't care. I can change. I will play on arcade mode. Yes, on the unmodded console, NTSC game runs on the PAL frequency and vice versa. And some NTSC game doesn't even run on 50 Hz, by the way. So you have to mod your console to play these games. I have PS1. I have Mega Drive V1 since 2014, I think, or 15. So I'm quite experienced with it. Like Dashing Desperados doesn't work at all on PAL frequency. If you play, I don't think it was even released on PAL, but the NTSC version doesn't work at all at 50 Hz. By the way, sorry if my stream right now is boring, but I'm learning. It's the first time I play American football, so... Oh, okay. Okay, I think I found... Yes, okay. And then it goes automatically to the ball. Okay, so now I need to learn defense. How to defend effectively. And I start a season. Okay, you know what? Let's start a season now. Yes, 2003, it was released in 2002. I think the latest sports game are always released late in any console lifespan. But what I wanted to say? Oh yes, I think there was a Yeti Sport game released in 2004. Like there was a lot of shovelware released late. Like for example on PS2, I think the last FIFA game was released in 2011, maybe. (2010, 2011). The last FIFA PS2 game. Okay, so let's try a season. Yes, I think PS1 launch is early 2001 or maybe late 2000. I can't remember. Okay, I can simulate apparently, but no, I will play. I'm not like that.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots.
Ouais, donc
Today they
the
battle the
forecast
Pittsburgh Steelers. With two teams that are this efficient, the first mistake
makes
you
an
make could be your
advantage.
last. It'll be interesting to
Like
see
I
which
don't
team
know if
takes
it
focus
influences
to avoid
the game a lot
Foxborough.
or not. We'll see.
He's going with the onside kick.
Ok. Euh... Don't know if this strategy change the game a lot or not.
Prevent defense. Finds the wide touchdown, Steelers.
Okay, so already 6-0. It will be great.
Peterson for the extra point attempt. He knocks it through. The Steelers 7, the Patriots 0. Peterson kicks it long. Pittsburgh, man-to-man coverage on the receiver. Hit as he releases, incomplete. Brady making the call on second down. Gilden wrestles him down. Brady from the shotgun. Readies to throw the ball. Hayes picks up good yardage there.
Not much the defender could do. The receiver and the quarterback.
Okay, so I think I understand the rules, but the rules are easy to understand. But how to play is still a mystery, a bit. I know how to do a pass, but
19-yard line. Number 35 going in motion. Burress, the intended receiver, incomplete. That'll do it for the first quarter. Our score here, the Steelers 7, the Patriots
okay, there is
0.
4 period of time.
New England shows a 5 defensive back set. Stewart is going to throw here. Touchdown, Steelers!
Let's see. Apparently CPU IQ is 0, but I still can't beat it. I could do I could put everything to 0. But
Peterson for the point after touchdown.
I'll see. I want to play legit for now.
Right
And I'll see if I really struggle.
14,
I'll do like Nova Storm. I'll play on easy. But I want to try.
Peterson kicks it deep.
Can you please pass? What the fuck?
He can't escape. Safety.
The defense rarely gets to taste the thrill of producing points, but they got some there. Vinatieri looking for a nice bounce.
Yeah, I wanted to pass, but apparently nope.
Stewart checks out the defensive alignment on first down. The wideout brings it in.
The quarterback just showed us why the coaching staff believes he can take them places this season. Great throw.
Stewart reading the defense on first down. Ball carrier taken down.
When they have 7 men in the box like that, it's tough to run between the tackles.
Stewart steps under center for this second down play. He makes a great throw.
They were both there, but the receiver managed to outfight the defender for the ball.
I wonder why keep defending.
Using motion.
Encroachment on the defense.
Stewart brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage. First down.
The defense rose to the occasion there. The back had nowhere to go.
Number 35 getting in motion.
Let's redo that match. That will take some time. So let's restart the season. I miss Theme Park. At least that was a nice simulation game. I didn't know how to get that last gold ticket, but
Welcome to
I
Foxborough,
knew how to
Massachusetts,
play it.
home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Today they faced the
This game I don't even know how to play
Nothing
it.
against some of the other games we do, Dick, but it's a game like this between two quality opponents that makes our job worthwhile. Should be some head-banging here in this one.
Okay, I can't skip the intro.
away from the deep return man.
Okay, circle to change player. Yeah, but it's I think it has its charms, but yeah, it really looks weird.
Stewart reading the defense on first down. Knight wrestles him down.
The receiver saw he was by himself and just waited for the QB to find him. Good play.
Stewart, all signals, split back. Bettis pulls forward. Pfeiffer takes him down.
The ball carrier helped his own cause with a great spin move on that one.
I don't even care about these strategies.
Stewart scans the defense on first down. He takes the handoff.
They've got to get more movement up front if they're going to have any success up the middle.
That'll do it for the first quarter. Our score here, the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0.
By the way, I wonder having 0-0 what it does to have a 0-0.
Bettis in the backfield. He wants the ball. Solid tackle.
The quarterback showed you why some consider him one of the best on that throw.
I never played the preview of that game.
Stewart checks out the defensive alignment on first down. Grable makes the tackle.
The defender thought he had a bead on the ball carrier, but the spin move fooled him.
By the way, why I'm not attacking yet? Like, what the fuck?
Fifth play on this drive. Looking to the sideline, incomplete. There are 5 plays into this drive. Bettis, touchdown, Steelers!
But yes, of course it's touchdown. They always attack.
The running back just
I can't do anything.
denied there.
The fuck is this game?
Peterson will attempt the extra point. He tacks on the extra point. The Steelers 7, the Patriots 0.
I never attack, I don't know why.
Peterson sends it towards the end zone.
It's finally my time to attack.
Brady brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage, first down. Readies to throw the ball.
The quarterback showed how confident he is on that play. The receiver was covered, but he threw it in there anyway.
Brady checks the defense on second down. Brown and the quarterback unable to connect.
Ouch, that'll hurt a quarterback's confidence, not to mention his rating.
Edwards ready for the carry. Townsend deflects the pass, incomplete.
Great job forcing the incompletion there. The receiver didn't have a chance to catch it.
Edwards deep in the backfield. Hit as he releases incomplete. The Steelers
I don't
take
get
over
it.
at the 27-yard line.
And now I'm fucked.
Pittsburgh extends their lead. The Steelers 10, the Patriots 0.
I can't change anything.
Peterson blasts it deep.
Okay, apparently you
So at
can't
halftime, it's the
pass
Steelers
when
10, the Patriots 0.
I don't know. I don't care at all.
New England did a good job on defense, but their offense needs to start pulling their weight in the second half.
Peterson aims toward the end zone. Pittsburgh calls its base 4-man front now. Knocked to the turf. Edwards in the backfield. He wants the ball. Ball carrier taken down. Brady surveys the defense on 3rd down. Will look to throw. Hayes, the target on the play, incomplete. Edwards is on the field. Smith in on the stop.
I couldn't
The
do
Steelers
anything.
will take over at the 4-yard line.
It's supposed to be on novice difficulty, basically. Yeah, of course. Touchdown. Fuck you.
No question about that one. The offense just blew him off the
I don't know either.
ball and hit pay dirt.
Like I'm learning the rules right now. I don't know how the defense and attack works. Like I don't know how you become. I mean, attack. How you go in attack and how you go in defense. I don't know. It's switch mode. Well, soccer is easy. So soccer is easy. There is no like defense or attack mode. You just take the ball and put it in the net. Oh yeah, oh yeah, the offside rules. I think I know it, but I'm not sure. I think it's the only rules. I'm not sure. So don't worry, I won't spoil it for you. Yeah, but I don't care about that. By I thought there was a way to... Like earlier I found a way to adjust the AI. Nope. That's the options. It was because I was in the practice. Let me check. By the way, I've already played the soccer game. I think it was 1 month ago. And it was terrible. I think it's one of the worst football game I've ever played. When I mean football, I mean soccer, by the way. Like to me, this is American football, and the other football is real football. Okay, so let's see. At what? Oh, it's the editor, it's not even the practice. Yes, the editor. I'm dumb. Like to me, American football, I've always considered American football to be a fancy rugby. Because it looks like rugby, but fancier. I don't know them either, but when you see a rugby match and American football match, it looks the same, a bit. Like the ball is the same shape, and there is also fighting in rugby. I think the goal in rugby is also the same. Okay, so there is only that. That was not in practice. I forgot where you can adjust the AI. So let's go back on season mode. The season menu. Okay, so that's the cheat code. Yes! Yes, that's why I say American football is fancier, because on rugby you can be injured and bleeding a lot. Like there's always blood when you play rugby. Like even looking at the both games, rugby looks a bit more brutal than football because there is no protection. Okay, let's do that. Let's retry. Yeah, that's true. Hockey can be super brutal.
Home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Tonight they meet the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This is what the NFL's all about, Dick. Two talented and efficient teams banging heads for 4 quarters. It's anybody's guess who'll be standing at the end.
Okay, so kick, that means I will be in defense, and receive, it would have mean I will be in offense. I can't change the AI. I forgot how to get that menu, so... Damn it. You have to keep the cross button down to do a
Pittsburgh,
long
their
kick.
DBs are tight on the receivers. He'll have to use his feet here.
That defender knew what was coming. He jumped that play in a hurry.
Okay.
Brady from the shotgun. Smith sacks the quarterback. Brady surveys the defense on 3rd down. Picks up good yardage on the play.
Okay, apparently I
Shows
make
more
some
pass
progress.
rushers on this play. Brady to pass on third down. Barrier takes him down. The Steelers take over at the 50-yard line.
And now we switch, I don't know why.
Stewart scans the defense on first down. Jones with a wrap-up tackle.
The quarterback set up nicely, found his man, and delivered an absolutely perfect throw on that one.
New England with a four-man set. Grable wrestles him down.
The running back never got his motor running on that one. Nice D.
At the close of the first quarter, it's the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0.
Okay, now I can. Why I don't know. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so I can go lower.
Stewart barks out the signals on second down. Wall makes the tackle.
Okay, so I try to do something.
Stewart barks out the signals on third down. Ball ends incomplete. Stewart using 4 receivers this time. Jones deflects the ball nicely.
Okay, so now we
take
attack.
over at the 37-yard line.
That's a great job of driving on the ball after it's thrown. Excellent deflection.
Brady lines up in the shotgun. Ready to throw the ball. Brady going long here. Picks up good yardage there.
Okay, I think I'm understanding what I'm doing now. I think.
Brady reading the defense on first down. To throw on first down. Pittsburgh calls its base 4-man front now. Short gain on the play.
The defensive back cranked it up on that one. Great hit.
After the opening half of play, it's the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0.
The defenses have had the answer so far in this one. Let's see if either of these offenses can make some plays here in the second half.
Okay, so maybe 1 minute is too short. We'll see.
Peterson hits it deep.
Thanks for the follow, Noob. Yes, I. Yeah, by the way, I have 2 bots, 2 chat bots. I need to remove one.
Brady looks over the defense on first down. Trying to avoid the rush. Bell makes the tackle.
Let's do that.
New England takes possession, 1st and 10. He'll have to use his feet here.
Yeah, I need to Okay, so it's been 2 months since I started this challenge, and I'm still learning about bots and the commands.
Brady goes to work on second down.
But I like to make things clean.
Brady brought down.
Sorry for searching my words.
There's nothing
So
like
yeah,
four
I like
quarters
to
of
make things
hard-fought,
clean,
in-your-face
so
football.
I will
I
remove
can't wait
one of
to see how
them.
this thing ends up.
Pittsburgh showing a six-man defensive back here.
Offense went the wrong way.
I don't know why I'm still attacking.
Pittsburgh comes set with 6 DB. Brady without much time. Number 72 picks up good yardage on the play. The Steelers take over at the 48-yard line. They'll use motion. Hold in by the wideout.
Sometimes when
I think you need to cross the yellow line after a certain amount of tries before like changing from defense to attack and vice versa. Oh, nice.
Stewart barks out the signals on second down.
Should look funny.
Complete.
Yes, random humor.
Bettis ready for the carry. Stewart to throw on third down. Burris calls it a touchdown, Steelers.
Yeah, they made the touchdown. Like, I'm really bad on defense. I don't know why. You can't do anything to defend the. Yes, you can't do anything when
the
they
Steelers
shoot
7, the
ball.
Patriots 0.
So I might retry that match because it's the end. So I'm still losing even though I'm on the lowest difficulty setting. So yeah, that's great. Good times ahead.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Today they face the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Whenever two teams this good take the field, you know the game's going to be relatively mistake-free. But any mistake that is made will be magnified because of it.
Okay, so I always want to receive. Because that means I will be in attack. But of course, they've chosen to receive.
Kicks off.
Okay.
Stewart looks over the defense on first down. Incomplete pass. New England showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Pfeiffer deflects the pass, incomplete.
Wow, the defender was all over him on that one.
New England goes with 5 defensive backs now. Stewart will take it to the air on third down. Jones deflects the ball nicely.
Well, that's what film study will do for you. He knew where the receiver was going to go and made a play on the ball.
Miller back deep to punt. He boots it high and long.
Okay, you can become you can go in attack just by doing that.
Pittsburgh will rush 4 this time. Brady scrambling. Brady marks out the signals on second down. Without much time. Edwards is on the field. At the close of the first quarter, it's the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0.
Okay.
Pittsburgh going with a 4-man front now. Brady goes back to pass on third down.
The receiver just couldn't create any separation on that play.
I can't go lower.
Edwards in the backfield. He wants the ball. Brady trying to avoid the rush. Solid tackle. The Steelers take over at the 25-yard line.
Okay, so that sucks because they are close to making a touchdown.
Jackson loses the defender and makes the grab.
Sometimes no matter what you do, the other guys win. On that play, the offense had the right call at the right time.
Stewart scanning the defense on second down. Bettis explodes for a huge gain.
Good blocking up front, but the spin move was what set him free.
New England, man-to-man coverage on the receivers. Bettis, touchdown, Steelers.
Can't do anything. They were too close.
Nothing fancy there. They went right at him and got 6.
Peterson readies for the point after. Right down the middle, good. The Steelers 7, the Patriots 0. it long. They're going to press the receiver. Brady rolling out.
Okay, I've made progress. 6 yards.
Brady goes to work on second down. Van Olhoffen makes the tackle. We're halfway home with the score. The Steelers 7, the Patriots 0.
This game is by no means out of reach. Their offense just needs to step up to the plate and produce.
Peterson hoops it long.
I don't want to pass because it always end badly.
Brady scans the defense on first down, trying to avoid the rush. Barrier in on the stop. Pittsburgh, their DBs are tight on the receiver. Smith stopped after a good pickup.
Being a running back in the NFL is easy when the line creates those kinds of holes.
Pittsburgh lines up in its dime package. Smith sacks the quarterback. Brady checks the defense on second down.
New England has stayed in this thing through 3 quarters. They just need to make a couple of plays to get back in it.
Yes, I just need a touchdown.
Lots of motion on this one. Brady picks up good yardage there. Pittsburgh showing a 6-man defensive backfield. Brown in motion. Smith takes the pick. Gilden stops him cold. The Steelers take over at the 34-yard line.
The quarterback would be better off sticking his head up in there instead of going sideways.
So now that suck.
New England showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Malloy wrestles him down.
Yeah, we already do that match. There's no way I'll make a touchdown. I have no. I had no enough time. So still on the first match of the season. That will be great.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Today they faced the Pittsburgh Steelers.
When two teams of this quality meet on the field, there's a palpable sense of expectation in the air. The fans know they're in for a good one. I can't wait to see how this thing unfolds.
To receive.
Peterson places it deep.
Okay, 19 yards.
Brady taking possession here in the first quarter. Not a whole lot on that play. Edwards in the backfield. He wants the ball. Brady will air it out on second down.
Ouais, I'm losing yards apparently. That's bad. That's very bad, even.
Brady would like to convert this third down play. Pass intended for the wide receiver falls incomplete.
The quarterback must have let that one slip. Terrible throw.
Pittsburgh going with 5 defensive backs now. Washington wrestles him down. The Steelers take over at the 24-yard line.
The quarterback never got his motor running on that one. Nice D.
Okay, I might
Stewart
Start
takes
at
over the
20.
defense on first down. Has plenty of space to operate. Long deflects the pass incomplete.
He might have gotten away with a little contact, but great coverage nonetheless.
New England setting up with 5 DBs this time. Ward makes the catch.
Usually you don't see receivers that wide open downfield. Not great coverage there.
Hey Lord Shadowcaster.
He takes the handoff. Number 35.
Thanks for the
Monster
hosts.
Defensive line looked like they were on roller skates on that
I
play.
hope you had a
Great
good
push up front.
The first
Overlord
quarter's in the
stream.
books. The score, the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0.
It's bad. I don't know to play. Like the AI is on minimum difficulty and I'm still losing. I'm still on the first match. And it's been an hour and a half, almost. Like right now I will get a touchdown.
New England.
And I will have to restart the match.
By the wideout.
The quarterback wanted something farther downfield, but settled for the short completion.
Okay, so well, there's probably a manual, but I'll check that after that match if there is a manual.
New England trying to prevent the home run here. Touchdown.
Okay, I'll check that right now.
No question about that one. The offense just blew him off the ball and hit pay dirt.
But I don't think Manuel will change. Oh, great! Okay, so let's see. Manual for this game. Nope, no manual. Just on the website, I always check there is no manual. Let's search directly on Google. Nope, nothing. Yep, nothing. Like I know how to do a pass. I know how to defend, but I can progress. I don't know why I can progress. Like the AI defense is too strong.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champion.
I could. Okay, so you know what you can do in this game, Lord Shadowcaster? You can simulate every match. So I could do that and win. Just always save after a win. And win the season like that. But I won't do it. I won't do it. It would be okay, I'm feeling bad for finishing Nova Storm on easy yesterday, so I won't do 2 games like that in a row. Hello Sting! Hope you had a good stream. Wait, by the way, I have a shoutout command now, so let's use it. So first, Lord Shadowcaster, what you were doing here? And Sting. Retro, so I know yesterday you were oh, I think you were playing Mario 64. I think you were doing a Mario 64 race. Sting. Oh, earlier, okay. You are doing something else. So by the way, welcome to NFL Game Day 2003. Where I'm learning to hate American football. So I'm still on the. It's been 1 hour and a half since I started the game, almost. And I'm still on the first match because I suck. I suck really bad at this game.
New England employing the prevent defense. Pfeiffer wrestles him down.
The running back turned the corner and saw nothing but daylight. Great blocking.
I hope Legend of Mana was good, by the way.
Stewart prepares to pass. Grable deflects the ball nicely.
The QB needs a bigger window. The coverage was just too darn good there.
By the way, it's the first American football game I've ever played. This one. So.
Pfeiffer deflects the pass, incomplete.
The linebacker closed on that ball in a hurry. Great defense.
There's one thing I don't get about American football is attack-defense switch. The requirement for that.
Great defenders make great plays. Simple as that.
Like sometimes it switch and I don't know why.
Miller hoping he can launch a deep one. He nailed that one. Oh my!
Okay, so now I know because I received the ball. But sometimes it changes and I don't know why.
Lots of motion on this one.
47.
Okay, it's 10 yards in the fourth place.
He can't escape. Safety.
Huge play there. They get 2 points and the ball after the...
Okay, so now it makes sense.
Vinatieri kicks it off. At the close of the first quarter, it's
Wait,
the
why?
Steelers 2, the Patriots 0.
Oh, they make 2 points. I think I was asleep when they made 2 points.
New England drops back an army of defenders on this play. Ball carrier taken down.
The running back just couldn't get his motor running there. Short pickup.
Okay, so if you sack in the end zone, you do points. Makes sense. Okay, so I suppose the 10-yard line is yellow line, by the way.
Wow, the defender was all over him on that one.
New England well off the line of scrimmage. Stewart looks downfield on third down. Pittsburgh stops play by calling its second timeout.
By the way, the strategy, I don't know what to do, so it's pretty much random.
That pass is intercepted.
Okay, no time to even attack.
In a defensive player, he follows the quarterback's eyes, stays in his area, then breaks to the ball for the interception. Brady taking possession here in the second quarter. Smith in on the stop.
Yeah, baby.
Lost 5 yards. Great.
Brady checks the defense on second down. Scott makes the tackle.
Like the defense, I don't know to go further the defense. I know to do a pass,
Brown
but
getting
I
in
don't
motion.
have enough time to make a pass.
Smith makes the stop. So at halftime, it's the Steelers 2, the Patriots 0.
New England has relied on their defense to keep it close. Now they need their offense to step up and make some plays.
Hello, Doty.
Peterson sends it toward the end zone.
Okay, 22 yards, it's pretty bad.
Brown on the move.
322. Hot.
Brady to throw on first down.
Oh! Of
Correa
course.
and the quarterback unable to connect.
The quarterback must have let that one slip. Terrible throw.
Brady barks out the signals on second down.
The linebacker read the quarterback's mind on that play, Dick.
Brady barks out the signals on third down. Smith, the tackler. Brown going in motion. Stopped on the play.
As you said,
the Steelers take over
the
the
fourth
18-yard line.
time, it's turnover. And because I'm close to the
Stewart scans the defense on
touchdown
first down.
zone, it will be dirty.
Pulled in by the wideout.
Is a threat every time he steps on the field. Good example there.
Lots of motion on this one. Touchdown.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything. So guess what? I will retry that match again. So that's what I'm doing since the beginning. Retrying that match over and over. By the way, I don't know what happened if there is a tie. So I'm expecting to do 0-0 to check out what happened.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Today they faced the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This is what the NFL's all about, Dick. Two talented and efficient teams banging heads for 4 quarters. It's anybody's guess who'll be standing at the end.
To receive.
Peterson picks it long. Pittsburgh setting up with 5 DBs this time. Aliaga deflects the pass, incomplete.
The defensive back read the quarterback's mind on that play, Dick.
Pittsburgh will rush 4 this time.
Yes.
Barrier
I've
with
made
a nice
progress.
tackle.
Great execution. The linemen were working their tails off, and the back exploded around the corner.
Brady brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage, first down. Hampton makes the tackle.
Ouais.
Brady, he's under center with split backs. Smith brings the quarterback down. Edwards in the game.
Oh.
That'll do it for the first quarter. Our score here, the Patriots 0, the Steelers 0. Man in motion.
Okay. Great. Apparently I'm now defending. For whatever reason.
Pittsburgh takes over, first and 10. Knocked to the turf.
The running back saw a little crease, but it closed up before he could squeeze through for a decent gain.
New England showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Stewart will throw on second down. Finds the wide receiver.
Okay. What the fuck? I need to learn how to play that game properly. That's what I need to do.
Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, home of the Super Bowl 36 champions, the New England Patriots. Today they battle the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Nothing against some of the other games we do, Dick, but it's a game like this between two quality opponents that makes our job worthwhile. Should be some head-banging here in this one.
But I think I'm getting better the more I play. So at least there's that.
Anderson sends it toward the end zone.
By the way, it's supposed to
Brady goes to work
be
from the
the
shotgun.
shittiest
Prepares
AI.
to pass. Brady scrambling.
But nope.
Edwards in the game. Brady will figure it out on second
Great,
down.
okay.
Hits his man over the middle. Touchdown Patriots.
Finally, my first touchdown. Thanks, Sting.
New England will
Thanks,
go
Nogi.
for 2 after that touchdown.
Okay, so how do I shoot? I don't know.
Hampton makes the tackle. Nope, they're unable to convert. The Patriots 6, the Steelers.
Yes, it's a
0.
late game. Released in 2002. Down.
Vinatieri doesn't get all of it.
The powerful enough. Okay, I killed him, but he ran 22 yards.
Motion on this play.
Green 22.
He takes the handoff. Malloy tracks him down.
The running back saw a little crease, but it closed up before he could squeeze through for a decent gain.
Stewart, all signals, split backs. At the close of the first quarter, it's the Patriots 6, the Steelers 0.
I still can lose this match, by the way. Because I haven't transformed
New
the
England
touchdown.
trying to force the offense to beat them underneath. Incomplete.
And the AI is good at that.
And they'll utilize motion.
Hot.
Makes the catch.
High fives all around on that one. Good protection, nice route, and a fine throw for the completion.
Stewart looks over the defense on first down. Grable makes the tackle. New England employing the prevent defense. Martin with a wrap-up tackle.
No, there's something I wonder if I can cheat a bit by waiting on the screen, like the time. But I don't think the time run on the screen. Yes, it stopped. So I can't. Should have been good, but
Stewart
no.
scans the defense on first down. Smith deflects the ball nicely.
Great anticipation by the defender. He broke on the ball quicker than the receiver did.
New England calls for its nickel package in the spot. Loose ball.
The receiver ran a precise route, but that was a nice throw too. Great execution.
They are getting close now.
Drops back an army of defenders on this play. Ward picks up good yardage on the play.
The receiver just has a sense of where the holes in the defense will be. Good job there.
Stewart steps under center for this second down play. No room there. Stewart would like to convert this third down play. Tries for the tight end, incomplete. Stewart, he's under center with split backs.
Okay, so it's my turn to attack.
Will take over at the 14-yard line.
But I'm pretty far. I'm pretty far from the other side.
And they'll utilize motion.
Hot! Hot!
Pass ball's incomplete.
Ouch, that'll hurt a quarterback's confidence, not to mention his rating.
Pittsburgh showing a five-man defensive backfield. Townsend deflects the pass, incomplete.
Wow, the defender was all over him on that one.
Pittsburgh setting up with 5 DBs this time. Brady going long here.
Okay.
Pittsburgh showing a 6-man defensive backfield.
So I think in half time we go back to the center of the field.
6, the Steelers.
So at least there is that.
Pittsburgh needs to pick up the tempo on offense if they hope to get out of here with a win.
Terry blast deep.
Okay, 30 yards from their base.
Stewart reading the defense on first down.
Hot!
Will look to throw.
Great. Okay, I can attack. So let's continue. Maybe a second touchdown.
Backs behind him. Readies to throw the ball. Number 64 loses yardage on the play. Edwards deep in the backfield.
Okay.
Hayes picks up
Progress.
good yardage there.
Receivers love those kind of plays. He didn't have to adjust to the ball at all. It was right where it needed to be.
Using motion. Hot. Brady goes to the pass on first down.
It's hard to do a pass. Because you don't have enough time for the defense.
We're ready for the final quarter of play. Let's go. The Patriots 6, the Steelers 0. Brady will go to work with split back.
The entire defense did their jobs there, especially the defensive back. Great coverage.
2 Brady from the shotgun. Goes back to pass on third down. Gilden makes the stop. Pittsburgh stops the clock with its first timeout. Fifth play on this drive. Rush arrives as he throws incomplete. The Steelers take over
Okay,
at the 21-yard line.
that's not a big deal. They are pretty far away.
Stewart looking over the defensive
And I'm getting
coverage
pretty
on
good at
first down.
defending.
Well, let it fly on first down.
The linebacker shadowed him until the ball arrived, then almost came up with a pick.
New England going to force the offense to beat them underneath. Burress brought
too bad.
down after a good pickup.
They went head to head, and the
But
receiver
yeah,
was
sometimes
able
you
to
don't
outbattle him
you
there.
don't even have enough time to understand what happened. It already happened.
Stewart scans the defense on first down.
The defender lured the quarterback into the throw, then broke on it nicely to force the incompletion.
Okay, 30 seconds
Ready
left.
for the carry. Stewart will set up to throw on first down.
They can still
All over
score.
the field on that one.
New England calls for its nickel package in this spot. Stewart will look to throw.
That defender knew what was coming. He jumped that play in a hurry.
New England employing the prevent defense. Stewart needs a completion here on fourth down.
Okay,
The
turnover.
Patriots
I'm
take over
in the
at
middle
the
of the field,
48-yard
but there's only
Receiver
13
just couldn't
seconds
shake the
left,
defensive back
so
there. Good coverage.
I probably won't score.
Lots of motion on this one. Brady back to pass.
Okay. Almost lost. Okay, so that's scary.
Shows a 5 defensive back set. Touchdown, Steelers!
Last second. Yeah. So they will transform
The
that,
running back took
and
it into the
I will
teeth
have
of
to
the
redo
defense
this
and was
match.
rewarded with 6 points.
That's great.
Peterson.
And I can't do
will
anything
tack
right
on
now.
The extra point. He hits it.
Great.
For Dan Fouts, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
So let's redo that match. Well, is 6 to 7 bad or not? Because if it's not, Can probably still win. You know what? I will continue. I don't want to redo that match. I'll see. I just need to win the season. I don't need to win every match in the season. Anyway.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East
Yeah, probably in
Rutherford, New
the
Jersey, the
ranking.
Meadowlands home of the New York Jets.
If you lose, it's
Today they battle
0 points.
The New England Patriots.
This is
Need
what
to
the
check
NFL
that
is all
after
about,
that
Dick.
match.
Talented and efficient teams banging heads for 4 quarters. It's anybody's guess who'll be standing at the
Probably
end.
a season ranking. Tout receiver.
Terry kicks it deep.
Right into the defense.
Testaverde scans the defense on first down.
Okay, that's great
Jones makes the
progress.
stop.
The quarterback threw a bullet on that one, Dick. Great play.
Testaverde call signals. Split back. Solid tackle. New England going with 6 defensive backs.
Nope.
New England clogged up the middle
Defense
nicely on that
said
play.
nope.
Testaverde wants to convert this 3rd and long.
Okay, progress.
Bravette stopped after a good pickup.
The receiver went right at the defense and came up with the catch.
At the end of 1, it's the Jets 0, the Patriots 0. Testaverde looks over the defense on first down. New England shows 4 pass rushers on this play. Stopped on the play. New England goes with 5 defensive backs now.
Hot! Hot!
Malloy with a nice tackle.
It was like the pass had eyes, finding its way into the receiver's hands.
Okay. So I'm closer to
Testaverde looking over the
touchdown
defensive coverage
zone.
on first down.
Hot!
Pfeiffer deflects the
Almost.
pass incomplete.
The defender
But
read
because
the eyes
it's
of the quarterback,
half
had the
time, I
speed
mean,
to close and make the deflection.
So at halftime, it's the Jets 0, the Patriots 0.
Both defenses played possessed in that first half. Let's see if the offenses make any adjustments. Oh, hits it off.
Brady will go to work with split backs. Taken down.
The running back refused to stop working. Nice stiff arm there.
New York showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Smith breaks through for a nice gain.
Being a running back in the NFL is easy when the line creates those kinds of holes.
Brady brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage. First down. Abraham deflects the ball nicely.
Great defenders make great plays. Simple as that.
Brady from the shotgun is going to throw here. Knocked to the turf.
The quarterback showed you why some consider him one of the best on that throw.
Okay, so did that count? Yes, it counts.
New York going with
Too
5
bad.
defensive backs now.
The fourth quarter of a tie ball game is usually where the stars shine
They
the
probably
brightest.
lose.
We'll see if that happens.
Edwards going in motion. Howard
Yes,
stops
they are
him
too
cold.
close now.
The defender really shouldn't be too discouraged. That was just an incredible catch by the receiver.
Brown starts in motion. Intercepted, a turnover.
Okay, never mind.
Touchdown, Jets.
That's the kind of big play that can swing the game in the other direction.
Okay, so let's see. Check. I can't check the controls because I don't know how to
Decides
shoot.
to go for 2 on the conversion.
Yes, I can't. I can't.
2-point conversion, no good. The Jets 6, the Patriots
But
0.
I'm glad you're enjoying this. It's my first at American football,
Ball slices
so I
it.
hope I'm doing okay enough.
Brady looking to throw, has 4 receivers.
The defensive back kept his eye on
Okay,
it and
17
batted it away
seconds
nicely there.
for the end, but as we saw in the last match, it doesn't mean. I'm doing a season mode,
Brady lines up in the shotgun.
but I don't know if I'll do another mode after or not. So I don't know the goal yet.
Risky throw. Good defense there.
I just know that right now I need to win the season mode. And I'll see later.
New York will rush 4 this time. Ball carrier taken down.
The quarterback showed he's got the tools on that throw. Great precision.
Brady brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage. First down. Turnover. It's intercepted.
And immediately killed.
Some defenders just have a nose for the football. He smelled that play out and made the play.
Now on this play, it looks like there was some miscommunication between receiver and quarterback, and guess what? The ball gets picked off. For Dan Fouts.
So I won. Great.
Saying so long.
Wait, did I took the wrong team? Yes, I took the Jets. I wanted to play as the Patriot. I'm dumb. I was not paying attention to that. So I have not won. I've lost. So I need to, I will redo everything. Never mind. Yes, I was confused too. Because okay, when you start a game apparently, so this time I'm at the top. Okay, so it's home and away. Okay, that's how it works. So yes, there is a season, tournament, and general MGR. I don't know what MGR is. Practice, editor, exhibition. So yeah, right now I'm doing a season. Let's see. Oh, it's manager MGR. So only season then. No, you know what? Let's change the team. Let's take another team. Okay, have fun playing CSGO Nog. I don't know any of them, Sting. Like, I don't know anything about American football. So I don't know if they are well known or not. Yes, it's nice to have some history. So I'll take this one. Because I won with them, so... Okay, so this time I need to make attention to this screen. To pay attention. Yeah. But at least now I know the rules of the game. Like when I started to play, I didn't know even how to make pass or things like that. So in 2 hours I've made progress.
Ready to cheer their Buffalo Bills. Today they'll take on the New York Jets.
With two teams that are this efficient, the first mistake you make could be your last. It'll be interesting to see which team remains focused and avoids the costly turnover.
Well, I don't know a lot of sports. Like earlier we talked about rugby. I don't know a lot about rugby either. I only know soccer, tennis, and yes, golf. stuff like that, but like even baseball, I don't know. Tu vois ici, là. Elle aurait dit played a soccer game on this challenge. And it was a really bad one. I'm the Jets. Because I won with them last time, so why not take them?
Buffalo going with a four-man front now.
Hot.
Becht picks up good yardage there.
Okay,
That's what it comes down to in this league. Who can win the individual battles?
that's good to know.
Testaverde, all signals.
Hot.
Split
Hot.
that. Looking for room to run.
Apparently, no loss, but no hard one either.
Testaverde scanning the defense on second down. Number 94 makes the tackle. The first quarter's in the books. The score, the Bills.
By the way, 1 minute per quarter, because I want the match to be short. I don't know if it's a good idea or not.
And they're
But
going to
it's
move
an
a man
idea.
around. Williams makes the stop. Buffalo calls for its nickel package in the spot. The Bills take over at the 45-yard line. Bledsoe scans the defense on first down. He takes the handoff. Knocked to the turf.
Great game there. The back scored it between the tackles and bolted upfield.
Remersma starts in motion. Centers brought down
Killed.
after a good pickup.
On that play, the
And just
defender
like
was
that,
pulled badly.
he was
He
murdered.
was almost spun in circles. The receiver couldn't wait for that ball to come down. He was all by himself.
Bledsoe checks out the defensive alignment on first down. Henry carries
They
for
probably
good yardage
lose.
there.
The men up front punished the defensive line on
They are
that
too
one.
close to
He could have
the-
driven a semi through that hole.
To make a takedown. Touchdown, I mean.
New York going with 5 defensive backs now. Stopped on the play.
The running back just couldn't get his motor running there. Short pickup.
Bledsoe checks the defense on third down. After
so
the
half
opening
time.
half of play, it's
I
the
want,
Bills 0, the Jets 0.
They won't score, so at least there's that.
Neither team could generate very much offense in that first half. We'll see if one of them can establish a rhythm here.
Ball aims toward shows a 5 defensive back set. Henry stopped after a good pickup.
Dickey took it between the tackles and churned and spun for a decent pickup.
Bledsoe scanning the defense on 2nd down.
No, if you do that in
The
soccer,
entire defense did their jobs there, especially the
you
defensive back.
get
Great
out
coverage.
of the field. At least you can do that in American football. You can murder everyone. 85 NFL challenge. On which console, Doty?
New York showing a 5-man
And
defensive
yes.
backfield. Incomplete.
Uh, 85 is probably NES.
Number 8 back deep to punt. Oh, did he turn that one over nicely?
Nope. Immediately murdered. But at least I'm attacking. So there's that.
Testaverde with split backs. Clemens deflects the pass, incomplete.
That defender knew what was coming. He jumped that play in a hurry.
Testaverde marks out the signals on 2nd down.
Oh, computer! So Commodore 64 or something like that. Okay. Oh, MS-DOS,
Testaverde
okay.
like to convert this 3rd down play. The 4th and final stanza where football
Yeah, let's go.
legends are made. The Bills 0, the Jets 0.
I hope to score, but it doesn't look good.
Testaverde looking deep.
Great anticipation by the defender. He broke on the ball quicker than the receiver did.
Testaverde, he leaves the ball on the
Okay,
ground.
turnover.
The Bills take over at the 34-yard line.
So that look like a tie.
New
0-0.
York calls for its nickel package in the spot.
He just got a little ahead of himself there. Tried to throw before his feet were set.
Bledsoe from shotgun formation.
Great job forcing the incompletion there. The receiver didn't have a chance to catch it.
Bledsoe surveys the defense on 3rd down.
The defender was all
At
over
least
that guy. I'm
my
not sure
defense
why the
is
quarterback
pretty
threw it.
strong. That's good.
Buffalo goes away without even a field goal. The Jets take over at the 43-yard line. Anderson is on the field.
Great.
Coles picks up good yardage on the play.
The receiver went right at the defense and came up with the catch.
Buffalo with a 4-man set here.
Yes,
Touchdown,
okay.
Jets. Yeah.
So now I need to know how to shot the ball. Because I still don't know. That's ridiculous.
New York won't kick it. They're going to go for 2.
Hot! Hot!
I don't...
Fletcher with a wrap-up tackle. Unsuccessful.
Why
on
no
the
kick?
two-point conversion.
I don't get that.
6, the Bills 0.
What have I done differently than usual?
Oh, he's it away from the deep return man.
Okay. I should pay attention to what I do.
New York going with
Sorry
5
about that.
defensive
I'm
backs.
not paying attention.
Hot!
Terrible streamer.
The defensive back shadowed him until the ball arrived, then almost came up with a pick.
I probably did it on this screen.
The defense on second down.
Hot!
I'm never paying attention on this screen.
Solid tackle.
Great throw. He found his man and rifled
Okay.
it in on time.
For
I
Dan
won
Bounce,
this
I'm
match.
Hamburg saying so long.
So let's save. So first true win. Even if it's my second win. Oh yes, by the way, there is these cringy pictures in this game. Like over here in France, we have a word for that kind of stuff. The people that enjoy that kind of stuff in media where you don't expect that, and they are called both. So earlier I said to my friend, it's a game for the both. Okay, so let's save. I don't know what will be the American equivalent of both, by the way, because it's not rednecks, because the rednecks it's really specific to a countryside, to the countryside. Yes. I can save many things. Okay, let's do game data. Let's do that. Let's play the next match. So this time paying attention to what I'm doing. Like it's the first time I see like cheerleader stuff on on the sport
Across
game.
the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Today they battle
And the first time
the New England
I
Patriots.
okay, so before I do them on stream, I test them to see if the game run on the PS.io. And the first time I launched the game, I saw that I thought it was an hack game, but nope. Oh, okay. Don't care.
Home sends it toward the end zone.
Okay.
Lots of motion on this one.
Hot.
Brown picks up good yardage on the play.
You know, it's a cliche, but it's true. You've got to want it more than the other guy.
New York calls for its nickel package in the spot. Ball carrier taken down.
The defense rose to the
Nice
occasion
defense.
there. The back had nowhere to go.
Yeah, it looked weird.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set. He makes a great throw.
The quarterback kind of forced that throw, but he gets the completion anyway.
Yeah, but completion with no gain. I don't see.
Brady marks out the signals on 3rd down. Prepares to pass.
Down.
Brown brought down after a good pickup.
He didn't have a lot of room to operate with, but he fired that one in nicely.
That'll do it for the first quarter. Our score here, the Jets 0, the Patriots 0.
Okay, so they are close now. So that sucks.
New York
Because I'm only at
the line of
the
scrimmage.
start of the. Oh! Already killed.
The coach is going to be in his ear after that play. Crucial mistake.
Motion on this play. Reed.
Okay,
Malloy
progress.
takes him down.
The quarterback showed he's got the tools on that throw. Great precision.
Testaverde scans the defense on 1st down. McKenzie picks up good yardage there. New England will send 4 against the quarterback. Goes backwards on that one. New England going with 6 defensive
Yes.
backs.
Okay.
Malloy with a nice tackle.
It was like the pass had eyes, finding its way into the
Ah,
receiver's
half
hands.
time.
We're halfway home
That's
with the
sick.
score. The Jets 0, the Patriots 0.
A little old school football in that first half. Great defense has made sure we're right where we started, in a tie ball game.
Vinatieri kicks it long.
So I'm attacking, but now. Oh! Oh, too bad. There was an opening, but no.
New England shows 4 pass rushes on this play.
Ah,
That's the receiver, but can't come up with it.
The quarterback just proved that even elite athletes look like amateurs every once in a while.
Trebet in motion on this play.
okay, so I'm enjoying the game now that I
The
know
receiver
roughly
showed
how
what
to
makes
play it.
NFL receivers so great. The ability to go up in traffic and make the big play.
Like it's not a perfect play, but
And they'll utilize motion. Testaverde is going to throw here.
it's good enough to have some enjoyment. That's probably because I have a good team also.
Testaverde has split his backs behind him. Hit as he releases incomplete.
The quarterback must have lost the threads or something there.
Testaverde evades the defense on 3rd down.
Okay,
Ruski makes the
good.
tackle.
Huge gain by the back, but the credit should go to the O-line. Great effort. 3 quarters and we're right back where we started, Dick.
So I
Should
can
be a great finish.
win that.
They are 4 plays into this drive. Testaverde back to pass. Testaverde checks the defense on 2nd down.
Okay, nice.
Malloy with a wrap-up
I'm getting
tackle.
closer.
Quarterback zipped the ball in there for a nice completion.
Testaverde reading the defense on 1st down. Motion on this play.
Yes. Oh, penalty. Why?
Roughing the passer on the defense.
What?
Touchdown, Jets.
I think the official was out of position. But I guess it doesn't matter what I think. It's still a penalty.
I don't get what happened. But I got 6 points and I'm still okay. So I think it's the
New York going for 2 rather than the conventional 1. The 2-point conversion, no good. The Jets.
okay. I don't
6,
get
the
what
Patriots 0.
happened.
Hall hits it off. Brady looking over the defensive coverage on 1st down. It's
Okay, nice.
intercepted.
Some defenders just have a nose
It's not
for
a
the
big deal.
football. He smelled
There
that
is
play
only
out and made
5
the play.
seconds left.
Testaverde goes to work with split backs. New England stops the clock with its first timeout. Testaverde will go to work with split backs.
Okay.
For Dan Bouts, I'm Dick Enberg
Second win.
saying so long.
I've unlocked the credits. I can stop now. No, just joking. Like, look at these chords. Look at the difference between what I'm doing and what the other do. I don't know how many games you have to do to win a season. Okay. Okay, so there is 16 teams. No, there is more. 42 teams. We'll see. Okay.
Welcome to South Florida, where the dazzling sun and high humidity serves as a home field advantage for the NFL's Miami Dolphins. Today they'll take on the New York Jets.
Nothing against some of the other games we do, Dick, but it's a game like this between two quality opponents that makes our job
I can
worthwhile.
skip that, by the way.
Head banging here in this one.
Like the little introduction thing. Okay, 23 yard. Not bad, I guess.
Testaverde goes to work with split backs. Will attempt to pass on first down. Testaverde can't hit his man.
Ouch, that'll hurt a quarterback's confidence, not to mention his rating.
They'll use motion. Trebet picks up good yardage
7
on the
yards.
play.
That
That's
ball
good.
was humming. The receiver had no choice but to catch it.
Trebet in motion. Gardner with a wrap-up tackle. Miami comes set with 6 DBs.
Too bad.
The Dolphins take over at the 20-yard line.
Yes. It was a fault, 20-yard line.
Fiedler checks out
Not
the
that
defensive
far.
alignment on first down. Williams explodes for a huge gain.
The running back left the defenders grabbing at air with a great spin move.
Fiedler steps under center for this second down play. Mickens wrestles him down.
The defender was in his hip pocket, but the receiver looked it all the way into his hands.
After the opening stanza, it's the Dolphins 0, the Jets 0. Fiedler looks over the defense on first down. Williams carries for a nice gain.
He spun through the defense for a nice pickup.
New York setting up with 5 DBs this time. Williams stopped after a good pickup.
Being a running back in the NFL is easy when the line creates those kinds of holes.
Fiedler looking over the defensive coverage on first down. With him step for step. New York will rush 4 this time. Fiedler readies to throw the ball. Touchdown Dolphins!
Okay, I might redo this one. Yes. But I don't need to win every match, so I could just continue, but
Welcome to South Florida, where the dazzling sun and high humidity serves as a home field advantage for the NFL's Miami Dolphins. Tonight they face the New York Jets.
When two teams of this quality meet on the field, there's a palpable sense of expectation in the air. The fans know they're in for a good one. I can't wait to see how this thing unfolds.
okay.
There, kicks off. Testaverde with splitbacks.
Yes. Oh yes. Okay. Right.
Hauls it in. Will touchdown Jets.
Nice pass. So it's not on the screen, so that I can.
New York looking for the two-point conversion now. They're in the end
Yes.
zone. 2 points. The Jets 8. The Dolphins 0.
Nice.
Hall kicks it.
Uh, 26 yards.
New York showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Ward picks up good yardage there.
The receiver saw where the defense was vulnerable, and the quarterback found him for a good hookup.
Okay.
Fiedler reads the defense here on 2nd down. Williams receives the ball. Webster takes him down. Conrad in motion on this play. Defense stops him after a short gain.
The running back thought he could outrun them to the sideline, but he was sorely mistaken.
The first quarter's in the books. The
Exactly,
score, the Jets
went,
8, the Dolphins 0.
I should be more aggressive on my defense.
Williams deep in the backfield. Fiedler readies to throw the ball. Working the perimeter, incomplete. Williams in the backfield. He wants the ball.
Okay, that was bad.
Wrestles him down.
That's what it comes down to in this league. Who can win the individual battles?
Fiedler looks over the defense on 1st down. Williams pulls forward.
The defensive back cranked it up on that one. Great hit.
Fiedler checks the defense on 2nd down. Abraham, the tackler.
Okay, penalty for whatever reason.
On the defense.
Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that call.
Well, it's because I think I killed the passer. And I had no right to do that.
Williams ready for the carry. Ball lands incomplete.
It's hard, but the quarterback's got to forget that play and move on.
Ah yeah?
Miami has put together a 7-play drive.
Why was he awful?
Meckens deflects the pass incomplete.
He was awful at passing. Okay.
Fiedler surveys the defense on 3rd down. Number 84 gets wide open and makes the catch.
I'll probably get a touchdown. Okay, I see.
They're going to go on 4th down.
When you are more
84,
famous
intended target incomplete. The Jets will
because of
take
your
over at
wife
the
or
6-yard line.
your husband, I think it's a sign that you suck.
Anderson is
Indeed.
on the field. Testaverde ready to throw the ball. Can't get out of the end zone. Safety.
Great upfield rush by the defense. They just overwhelmed the offensive line for
Okay,
the
so
safety.
they got 2 points, but that's a big deal.
Oh, places it deep.
Oh yes, I need defense again.
New York calls its base 4-man front now. Looking to the sideline, incomplete. Fiedler making the call on 2nd down. Conrad stops after a good pickup.
The receiver found a soft spot in the defensive coverage and exploited it for a huge
Because
gain.
there is only 9 seconds before the 3rd quarter, so...
And they're going to move a man around. Williams takes the ball. After the opening half of play, it's the Jets 8, the Dolphins 2.
This game is by no means out of reach. Their offense just needs to step up to the plate and produce.
Oh, blasts it deep.
Okay, let's defend nicely.
Fiedler scans the defense on 1st down. Webster with a wrap-up tackle.
They'd be well advised to look outside.
So I
Not much
suppose,
between the
by the way,
tackles
Sting,
there.
I suppose the football, American football games are your favorites. Sports game, I mean.
New York calls for its nickel package in the spot. Can't connect.
The bad thing about a throw like that is now every armchair quarterback in America thinks he can play in this league.
Fiedler would like to convert this 3rd down play. Ready to throw the ball. The running back can't come up with it.
The quarterback is going to be a little embarrassed with
You
that
know, I'm
throw.
looking forward
Ugly.
for your next PS1 football game. Because I want to see what you have to say about
Royals
them.
ready to punt it away. He might outkick his coverage. That's a great punt.
Yes, killed immediately. Of course.
Miami with 6 defensive backs. Forces the incomplete pass.
I won too much. So yeah, I'm getting better at this game. And I'm winning this one.
Miami lines
But
up
it's
in
not
its
over
line
yet.
package. Testaverde sets up the throw on 2nd down. Taken down.
That's the kind of great throw that makes opposing coaches shake. Rifle shot.
We're ready for the final quarter of play. Let's go. The Jets 8, the Dolphins 2. Testaverde checks out the defensive alignment on first down.
But to be fair, Sting, I have no point of comparison, so I don't know at all. But I'm having a good time. Like it's not bad.
Brodette starts in motion.
Plus, I'm learning a new sport.
Good yardage on the play.
That's the kind of throw that separates good quarterbacks from great quarterbacks. He looked like a great one there.
There's still the strategies that I don't know if they really matters or not.
Miami will rush
At least in a video game, because pretty sure in real life
Testaverde goes for the pass on first down.
it matters a lot. But
Miami going with a four-man front now. Testaverde picks up good yardage there. Miami with corners tight on the receivers.
come on.
Gardner makes the tackle. New York will put it on the line on this fourth down.
Ah, turnover.
Testaverde with an errant throw. The Dolphins take over at the 41-yard line.
Okay. So I'm playing with someone that's supposed to be good. So that's why I'm winning. Maybe the last team I took, like the first team I took was bad. I don't know.
For Dan Fouts, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
Oh, it's the end. Okay, cool. So I think there is only 4 matches in the... Okay, so there is more matches than 4, but I think... you have to do... like there is 14 by 14. That's what I wanted to say. So let's see. Because I don't know how a season works, so... Okay. So let's see, season report. Not that. It's that, yes. That it's 14 by 4 teams. But I'm still continuing apparently, so maybe you do away and home. So that means there is 6 matches. I don't know. I'll see. Let's save. I don't know Lord Shadowcaster. Sting probably know. Because he's American football fan, but I don't know. So this time it's Jaguars. Let's see. So yes, I am not on this one. Yes, you can hit multiplayer. But finding 7 friends to do that, good luck, I would say. Like that's the... Okay, so... Oh, okay, week 1. Okay, that's the schedule. So, we have 16 match to do. Because I don't... By weeks it's off. So, yes. 16 match. So I probably need to win half of them. So 8 match or 9. I'll see.
Welcome to Jacksonville, Florida, where these loyal fans have witnessed great football since 1995 as they cheer their Jacksonville Jaguars. Today they meet the New York Jets.
This is what the NFL's all about, Dick. 2 talented and efficient teams banging heads for 4 quarters. It's anybody's guess who'll be standing at the end.
So playoff, I suppose, is the final of the season. Right receiver. Okay, 43 yards, not bad.
Testaverde looks over the defense on first down.
Too bad.
The intended target incomplete.
The quarterback must have let that one slip. Terrible throw.
Testaverde scanning the defense on second down. Henderson beats his man for the sack.
Wait, London as a football team? Or is it another London? Okay.
Babette getting in motion. Slaughter brings the quarterback down.
Yeah, rugby. Indeed. But I don't want to bleed.
Jacksonville going with 6 defensive backs. That'll do it for the first quarter. Our score here, the Jaguars 0, the Jets 0. Jacksonville comes set with 6 DBs. Rainer deflects the ball
It was
nicely.
bad.
The Jaguars take over at the 28-yard line.
Great job forcing the incompletion there. The receiver didn't have a chance to catch it.
Brunel checks out the defensive alignment on first down.
Well,
Reaches a couple
I'm not
yards there.
that
When they have
surprised
7 men in the
because
box like that, it's tough to run between
ice
the
hockey
tackles.
is almost non-existent in Europe, but we have a great ice hockey team over in my city, so I'm not surprised about that.
New York goes with 5 defensive backs now. Meckens with a wrap-up tackle.
The quarterback just showed us why the coaching staff believes he can take them places this season. Great throw.
Taylor ready for the carry. Jones deflects the pass, incomplete.
The linebacker opted to deflect the pass instead of going for the pick. Smart play.
Jacksonville will go for it here on 4th down.
Okay.
The Jets take over at the 26-yard line.
That's great scouting there. They knew what they were going to do before they did it.
Anderson in the backfield. Testaverde looking deep.
Okay, penalty. Why?
Pass interference on the offense.
Good call. He just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Testaverde from shotgun formation will be throwing on 2nd down. Anderson in the backfield. He wants the ball. Stopped on the play. One half of football is in the books with a score.
I
The
waited
Jaguars
too
0,
much.
the Jets 0.
I was reading what you said in the chat.
Well, we played a half and we're right where we began. Let's see if one of these offenses can get something going here in the second half.
Hall sends it toward the end zone. Brunel looking over the defensive coverage on 1st down. Washington with the catch.
Yeah, baby.
That's why they love this guy. He makes solid reads and delivers the ball with great accuracy.
Okay,
Brunel
halfway
under center
to the
with
field.
split backs. Looking for the wideout, incomplete.
He just got a little ahead of himself there. Tried to throw before his feet were set.
Brunel scanning the defense on 2nd down. Gibson makes the grab.
That was terrible.
He didn't have a lot of room to operate with, but he fired that one in nicely.
What if I lose? I take the
Brunel
lose.
scans the defense on 1st down. Garnes makes the tackle.
Dickey took it between the tackles and churned and spun for a decent pickup.
Brunel goes to work on 2nd down. Only the 4th quarter remains. It's gut check time for all concerned. The Jaguars 0, the Jets 0. Brunel steps under center for this second down play.
Nice
Brought
catch.
down after a good pickup.
Good job taking the shallow route. Short pickup.
Brunel brings the offense to the line of scrimmage on this big third down. Touchdown, Jaguars!
No question about that one. The offense just blew him off the ball and hit pay dirt.
Holmes readies for the point after. He tacks on the extra point. The Jaguars 7, the Jets 0. Holmes kicks off. Testaverde set to work here in the fourth and final quarter.
Nice.
Number 32 wrestles him down.
That's always good to see. A receiver willing to fight through traffic for the big reception.
Testaverde has to pass. Thomas makes the tackle.
The defender really shouldn't be too discouraged.
Don't have
That
enough
was just
time.
an incredible catch by the receiver.
Ok, Sting. Bon appétit.
Testaverde
As we
puts
say,
over the
yeah.
defense on first down. For Dan Fouts, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
Okay, so I take the loss. I don't care. I had 2 wins, so... No, 3. 2 or 3? 3 wins. So I can take a loss. I think, I hope. That's week 4, so I had 3 wins. On va le faire là. Yes. But I lost, so I lost, I mean, so no cheerleaders. Okay, so we are home. Probably doesn't change anything to be home or not. At least in this game, because in real life you have more pressure on your home.
Whenever two teams this good take the field,
Because you're in
you know the
front
game
of
could be relatively
your
mistake-free,
supporters.
but any mistake that is made will be magnified because of it.
Oh, to receive. Always to receive. I want to attack.
Anderson blasts it deep.
Great, okay.
Touchdown.
That was nice. But let's see the replay. See where the opponents were. They were probably all behind me. Okay, not even.
New York wants the 2-point conversion. The 2-point conversion,
Too bad.
no good. The Jets 6, the Chiefs 0.
By the way, I don't know why I have no kick. Maybe there is something to do in the menu or something. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Let's see.
New York uses its first time out of the game.
Okay, it's just to redo that.
Green, now he'll go to work here in the first quarter. Meckens deflects the pass.
But yeah, I would love to know to do the kick instead of trying the 2 points.
Green goes to work on second down. Looking for room to run. Lewis deflects the ball nicely.
The quarterback was lucky that ball wasn't picked off.
Green steps to the line for this third down play. He'll have to use his feet here. Number 81 picks up good yardage on the play.
The defender did what he could, but that was just a great individual effort by the receiver.
Yep, indeed.
New York goes with 5 defensive backs now. Holmes receives the ball here.
That quick spin move allowed him to pick up a nice chunk of real estate.
At the end of one, it's the Jets 6, the Chiefs 0. Green checks the defense on second down. He'll have to use his feet here. Gonzalez stopped after a good pickup.
The quarterback wanted something farther downfield, but settled for the short completion.
Green would like to convert this third down play.
Damn.
Taken down. The offense stops the clock with their first timeout. Green scans the defense on first down. He takes the handoff. No gain there. They're marching. Here's the 7th play of the drive.
Okay. Okay, so you can't attack the opponents if they have not the ball.
Pass
apparently.
interference on the defense.
Morton going in motion. Richardson pass completed to the sideline. Holmes in the game. Green readies to throw the ball.
Oh, okay.
Stop dead.
The quarterback showed you why some consider
Stop
him one of the best on
right
that throw.
on the line.
New York calls for its nickel package in the spot. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Obviously.
Anderson for the point after touchdown. He tacks on the extra point. The Chiefs 7, the Jets 6.
Okay, so I need to do another touchdown.
Anderson kicks it deep.
Only 16 yards, that's bad.
Kansas City will send 4 against the quarterback.
The defensive back read the receiver's route and made a nice break on the ball there.
Testaverde, he's under center with straight backs. Rush arrives as he throws incomplete.
His arm went a little rubbery on that play. Wow.
Testaverde surveys the defense on 3rd down.
The defensive back read the quarterback's mind on that play, Dick.
Anderson is on the field.
Okay, nice. But
Crockett makes the
it's
tackle.
the
The
end
receiver went right
of
at the
the
defense
time
and
period.
came up with the
So,
catch.
yep.
So at halftime,
Halftime.
it's the Chiefs 7, the Jets 6.
Their offense looked out of rhythm in the first half, but if they can get in sync here in the second half, they'll be all right.
That was bad.
Oh, put everything into that one.
So I think I'm at the center.
Green looks over the defense on 1st down. Holmes takes the ball. Ellis takes him down.
Looks like the defense just stacked the middle. Short game.
Holmes ready for the carry. Green rolling out. Solid tackle.
Okay, I know their strategy, so they want to go
Holmes in the
back
backfield.
and
He wants the
do
ball.
pass.
Green will look to throw. Drilled as he throws it incomplete.
Ouch. That'll hurt a quarterback's confidence, not to mention his rating.
Straczynski prepares to punt it away. He nailed that one. Oh, my.
Ok. Yes, there was no way. But at least I'm attacking.
Testaverde has split his backs behind him to take it to the air on first down. Pass is incomplete.
Sometimes the quarterback just loses the handle. I think that was the case there. New York knows that it only takes one play to spark a comeback in this league.
And they'll utilize motion.
The receiver just couldn't create any separation on that play.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that move. Let's try something else.
Kansas City calls its base 4-man front now. Bush with a wrap-up
Or maybe
tackle.
not.
Testaverde will go to work with split backs.
Okay, nice.
That picks up
That's
good
great.
yardage there.
You can see
That's
there
actually
how
great.
physical receivers in this league have to be now.
Testaverde looking over the defensive coverage on first down.
Ah,
Pass ball's incomplete. Testaverde goes to work with split backs. Testaverde brings the offense to the line of scrimmage on this big third down.
I don't have enough time
That's what
to
it comes down to
score.
in this league. Who can win the individual battle?
So
They're
yeah,
going to move a
I
man
will
around for
reload
downouts. I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
because I want to win this one. So no cheerleaders again. Sorry. Okay, so first let's see standing. Maybe I need another win. I will reload. I don't want to save. So let's redo cette game.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet the Kansas City Chiefs.
Nothing against some of the other games we do, Dick, but it's a game like this between two quality opponents that makes our job worthwhile. Should be some head-banging here in this one.
Okay, so they attack first.
Oh, hits it off. Green checks out the defensive alignment on first down. Holmes gets the carry.
The defense rose to the
Oh, yeah,
occasion
that's-
there. The back had nowhere to go.
Hey, Wizardman.
New York goes
I
with
hope you had a
5
good
defensive
day.
backs now.
Nice job taking the underneath receiver there. You're not going to score on every play.
Welcome to me sucking at American football.
Green steps to the line for this third down play. Complete.
The quarterback set up nicely, found his man, and delivered an absolutely perfect throw on that one.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set. Holmes takes the ball on the exchange.
The running back got pummeled there.
So I'm playing the
At the
Jets.
end of one,
I've
it's
won
the Jets 0, the Chiefs 0.
4 games, I think. And I lost 1. No, I won 3 games and I lost 1. I'm trying to win for the first one.
Green goes to work on second down. Ball carrier taken down.
The receiver shook loose from everybody on that play.
I took the team randomly because I don't know anything about football teams.
Green brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage. First down. Meckens stops him cold.
The quarterback rifled it in there despite good coverage.
Green taking the call on second down. Holmes receives the ball here.
Nothing up the middle there. The defense too stout on that play.
New York calls for its nickel package in the spot. Touchdown, Chiefs!
Okay, that suck. Yes, I'm playing as the Jets.
Anderson to attempt the PAT. He hits the point after. The Chiefs 7, the Jets 0.
assault.
$18 yards. That's bad.
Kansas City going with a 4-man front now.
The defender lured the quarterback into the throw, then broke on it nicely to force the incompletion.
Kansas City setting up with 5 DBs this time. Kansas City with 6 defensive backs. Interception.
Ouais, that's suck even more. But there is not enough time for them to attack.
Kansas
Okay, you
City
can score like
takes on
that.
3 more with
Let's
that
reload.
field goal.
Yes.
So at halftime,
Let's
it's
fix.
the Chiefs 10.
Like there is some stuff I still don't know about American football. Like I didn't know you can score like that. Like you can randomly shoot the ball to score. I don't need to reload. Directly play the match.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet the Kansas City Chiefs.
Whenever two teams this good take the field, you know the game is going to be relatively mistake-free.
Sorry, I'm a
But
bit
any mistake
tired.
that is made will be magnified because of it.
That's why I'm also not talking a lot. Plus, I don't have a lot to say about American football. I'm just learning.
Kicks it off.
I don't know, I've never... Well, which one were you playing last time I saw your stream? Can't remember.
Holmes in the backfield. Incomplete, looking for the wideout.
Oh,
The quarterback
okay.
just proved that even elite athletes look like amateurs every once in a while.
Gonzalez getting in motion. Not to the
They have a
top.
good
Great
attack
throw.
strategy.
Found his man and rifled it in on time.
Green looks over the defense on first down. Yarn with a wrap-up
So that's
tackle.
why
The
they
running back
always
just couldn't get his motor
advance.
running there. Short pickup.
Green goes to work on the shotgun. Prepares to pass. To the outside. Incomplete. Green marks out the signals on third down. Lewis deflects the pass, incomplete.
Great anticipation by the defender. He broke on the ball quicker than the receiver did.
At the close of the first quarter,
Yeah,
it's
indeed.
the Jets 0, the Chiefs 0.
It's not bad to play. And it's pretty smooth.
Kansas City will go on fourth down this time. Green back to pass. Can't connect on the
Right.
underneath route. The Jets
Nice
take
defense.
over at the 40-yard line. Testaverde starts this drive in the second quarter. Woods makes the stop.
That's the kind of great throw that makes opposing coaches shake. Rifle shot.
Not a chance there. That ticks up good yardage there.
That shows you what great speed can do for you. He was wide open.
Incomplete.
The quarterback lost a grip on that one, I hope. Bad throw.
I want to play quick because I don't want to
The intended target
lose
incomplete.
the attack
Just got a little ahead of himself
before
there. Tried to throw before his feet were set.
second quarter.
Barty, the tackler.
You know, it's a cliche, but it's true. You've got to want it more than the other guy.
Bush deflects the ball nicely.
They were battling for it, but the defender got the best of him on that play.
Turnover, it's intercepted. The Jets take over at the 20-yard line.
Dick, a quarterback just can't put his defense in a bind like that. Big mistake.
Wait, what? Okay. I'm defending, so it doesn't matter. Fini intercept à Verde. Indeed.
Lots of motion on this one. Stop dead.
They might want to put a star next to that one on the play sheet. They should come back to it later.
So at halftime, it's the Jets 0, the Chiefs 0.
Neither team could generate very much offense in that first half. We'll see if one of them can establish a rhythm here.
Anderson kicks it deep.
It's time to run. Run! No. 20 yards. Okay.
Testaverde readies to throw the ball.
That's why they love this guy. He makes solid reads and delivers the ball with great accuracy.
Nice.
Crockett makes the tackle.
The receiver just has a sense of where the holes in the
Little
defense
by
will
little.
be. Good job there.
Testaverde back to pass. Cadrez takes him down.
The quarterback showed he's got the tools on that throw. Great precision.
Testaverde
It was bad.
intended for the tight end. Incomplete.
It's hard, but the quarterback's got to forget that play and move on.
Testaverde scanning the defense on second down.
Nice.
The receiver showed what makes NFL receivers so great. The ability to go up in traffic and make the big play.
We're ready for the final quarter of play. Let's go. The Jets 0, the Chiefs 0.
I will be fine with a tie, by the way.
Woods wrestles him down.
The receiver found a way to fight through the defender for the tough catch there.
Kansas City with a four-man set. Touchdown, Jets.
But it's a touchdown. So great. Okay, so I want to shoot. How do I do that? No shooting. Oh,
Going for 2
What?
rather than the conventional 1.
Delay of game on the offense.
why?
New York will go for 2 after that touchdown. And they fail on the 2-point attempt. The Jets 6, the Chiefs 0.
Like there are still some things that not figured out yet. Like why I'm never able to shoot.
All aims toward the end zone. Green looking over the defensive coverage on first down.
By the way,
Unable to make the grab.
989 Studios are the one who make siphon filters game. So it could have been worse.
Green checks the defense on second down. Morris brought down after a good pickup.
The receiver went right at the defense and came up with a catch.
New York showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Pass ball's incomplete.
The quarterback.
I'm playing on arcade, so that's also a reason why there's not a lot of penalties.
Green from the eye.
Green 47.
Oh, nope. Okay, that's bad. And I lost the match. Because they always shoot and they always make 1 point. So I have to redo that match.
Anderson will try to tack on the extra point. He hits it. The Chiefs 7, the Jets 6.
No, there's not enough time. 19 seconds is not enough. I need at least 1 minute. At least. So yep, let's quit that. So why I'm never shooting? I want to know why. Because that is starting to piss me off. Like if I went for shooting the ball earlier, it would have been a tie, and I would have accepted that. There is no option for that in this menu. Oh! Oh, that's statistic. So yeah, I don't know.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is what the NFL's all about, Dick. Two talented and efficient teams banging heads for 4 quarters. It's anybody's guess who'll be standing at the end.
Kicks it off.
Okay, 19 yards. Not bad.
Green scans the defense on first down. Meckens wrestles him down.
On that play, he churned his legs and spun through the defenders. Nice job.
Gonzalez getting in motion. Hit as he unloads, incomplete.
The quarterback is going to be a little embarrassed with that throw. Ugly.
New York going with 5 defensive backs now. Morton picks up good yardage on the play.
Okay,
They went head-to-head, and the receiver was able to out-battle him there.
Gonzalez starts in motion.
Too early. My bad.
Judgment on the defense.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set. Taken down.
Sometimes no matter what you do, the other guys win. On that play, the offense had the right call at the right time.
Holmes in the game. Drilled as he throws it incomplete.
Mardeur.
Quarterback must have let that one slip. Terrible throw.
After the opening stanza, it's the Jets 0, the Chiefs 0. Green scanning the defense on second down. Richardson, he makes it. Touchdown, Chiefs.
And that was my bad, by the way. My fault, I mean. Let's do that. Doesn't matter.
Anderson to attempt the PAT.
Yeah, kick the ball.
He hits the point after. The Chiefs 7, the Jets 0. Anderson sends it toward the end zone.
But it's also a thing in this game. Like diving to defend is a good thing to do, but
Testaverde reading the defense on first down. Looking to the middle of the field, incomplete.
His arm went a little rubbery on that play. Wow.
Kansas City shows 4 pass rushes on this play. Brabant brought down after a good pickup.
The defense just lost track of the receiver on that play.
Testaverde brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage, first down.
Sometimes the quarterback just loses the handle. I think that was the case there.
He makes a great throw.
okay.
Touchdown, Jets.
So I still can win. Yes, I want to shoot.
New York looking for the two-point conversion now.
Yeah,
Solid
fail, of
tackle.
course.
Nope, they're unable to convert. The Chiefs 7, the Jets 6.
Still don't know how to shoot. One day I will know.
All hits on.
It will be the best day of my life. Okay, 30 yards, that's bad. But we're almost at the end of that quarter.
New York setting up with 5 DBs this time. Here's the handoff. Howard with a nice tackle.
He spun through the defense for a nice pickup.
Extra points? What do you mean by extra points?
Holmes deep in the backfield. Abraham makes the tackle.
The receiver bailed the quarterback out on that play. Great catch in traffic.
Green, he's under center with split backs. Richardson, the receiver, but can't come up with it.
Okay.
So at halftime, it's the Chiefs 7,
So I
the
think
Jets 6.
again it's my time to receive.
Their offense looked out of rhythm in the first half, but if they can get in sync here in the second half, they'll be all right.
Because they are good at attacking but bad at defending, so can probably score. Okay, 31 yards, that's pretty good.
Kansas City moving its corners up to press the receivers.
That was terrible.
Pass ball's incomplete.
Ouch, that'll hurt a quarterback's
Okay.
confidence, not to mention his rating.
Crabette on the move. Wesley deflects the
No.
ball nicely.
The defense was
not
all
to do
over the
that.
field on that one.
Kansas City will send 4 against the quarterback.
Okay, nice.
Knocked to the turf.
I like to do
Quarterback
to always
zipped
do
the
the
ball
same
in there for a
strategy.
nice completion.
The circle.
Testaverde goes to work with split backs. Looking for the wideout. Incomplete.
The bad thing about a throw like that is now every armchair quarterback in America thinks he can play in this league. They need to be a little more unpredictable. It looked like the defense saw that play coming.
Okay, apparently they can predict.
Crabette going in motion.
Yes, they
Not
can.
a chance there.
Let's do that.
There are 5 plays into this throw.
Right.
Hit as he unloads, incomplete. The Chiefs take over at the 49-yard line.
So I don't have a lot of time to score.
Green checks out the defensive
So that's
alignment
safe.
on first down. Tennyson, the target on the play, incomplete. Green checks the defense on second down. Looking deep. Incomplete. Looking for the wideout. Holmes deep in the backfield. Green to throw on third down. Tennyson stopped
Okay,
after
did that
a
count
good
or
pickup.
not?
The quarterback set up nicely, found his
Yes,
man,
it
and
counts.
delivered an absolutely perfect throw on that one. Kansas City needs to make sure they take care of the football here. There's still time for the other team to come back.
They are really good in attack.
Green reading the defense on first down. Ferguson with a wrap-up tackle.
The defense rose to
They'll
the
probably
occasion
lose
there.
again.
The back had nowhere to go.
Well, if I lose, I won't redo it. I go to the next one.
Green
Could
taking
be
the ball
a
on
free win
second
to
down.
lose.
Ferguson stops him cold.
They battled to a draw there. No gain.
This is the drive's fifth play. Lewis makes the stop.
You gotta love a back willing to do whatever it takes to get yardage between the tackles.
Sixth play on this drive. Mickens makes
Okay,
the
turnover,
stop.
but,
The Jets will take over at the
Need
14-yard
12
line.
seconds. So
Kansas City, four-man set.
The quarterback was lucky that ball wasn't picked off.
they've already lost. If only I knew how to kick that time
Testaverde
goal.
reads the defense here on second down. Woods takes him down.
A lot of quarterbacks do this. They just throw it up and hope their guy comes down with it.
For Dan Fouts, I'm
Yep.
Nick Enberg saying so long.
I won't save, but I will continue. To see. Yeah, I lost. I still don't know how to transform the ball. I don't know how to kick it once I've done a touchdown. So it could have been a tie, but because of that, it's a loss. So yeah, I'll continue because it's 3 win, 2 loss. But I won't save. By week. Okay, some teams are taking a net advantage. Okay. No, I don't want. What? We're still in simulation mode. Oh, come on. And that's an... Okay, so let's reload. I really need to pay attention to what I'm doing in this game. Because there is never a confirmation screen, like... No, I don't want... Sorry guys. Sorry guys. Streamer is not paying attention to anything. Okay, so apparently, if you do the same strategy over and over, the opponent team learn. But I want to do the same, because that's all I know. It's my comfort zone.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet the Kansas City Chiefs.
Whenever two teams this good take the field, you know the game is going to be relatively mistake-free, but any mistake that is made will be magnified because of it.
Oh, so that's 15 years, maybe? Oh, maybe less. Like Tecmo... Oh no, Tecmo Super Bowl, it's on SNES. I don't know. I know Tecmo Bowl, because it was on the NES Mini. Okay, so Sting, as I said earlier, this team is really good at attacking and pretty bad at defending.
Green gets the action started here in the first stanza. Tennyson, the intended target.
What do you mean twice, Lord Shadowcaster? I'm redoing this same match I've done 5 minutes ago. Nope. Don't get a difference. So.
Green from the shotgun. Looking deep. Not to the turf.
It was like the pass had eyes, finding its way into the receiver's hands.
Oh! Okay.
Green checks out the defensive alignment on first down. Defense stops him after a short gain.
The quarterback demonstrated his accuracy on that throw.
Well, if you like a game, why not playing it an endless amount of time?
Richardson kicks free, makes the catch.
The defensive backs better get on the same page. They were nowhere near the receiver on that play.
The first quarter's in the books. The score, the Jets 0, the Chiefs 0. New York showing a 5-man defensive backfield. No game there.
That was a whole lot of running for nothing. Too much speed on that defense.
Yes, I probably see one day. Indeed.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set. That pass is
Oh,
intercepted.
nice. Ok.
That's the kind of play on a ball that great receivers usually make.
He probably even have enough time to score.
And the offense will line up to begin this second quarter drive. Number 79 with a wrap-up tackle. Testaverde, he'll use the shotgun. Is going to throw here.
It was a bad
RT with a nice tackle.
Not a big gain, but it goes down
Go
as a
further.
completion nonetheless.
They don't have enough time to score.
They're going to move a man around.
I'm taking too
Looking
much
to the
time in
middle of the
the
field,
screen.
incomplete.
The quarterback just proved that even elite athletes look like amateurs every once in a while.
And it's
Woods
turnover
takes him
anyway.
down. The Chiefs take over at the 30-yard line. New York setting up with 5 DBs this time. Holmes receives the ball here.
They've got to get more movement up front if they're going to have any success up the middle.
Yeah, but did the
Kansas
Jets
City jumps ahead
got a
for that
good
field goal. The Chiefs 3,
good
the
season
Jets
during
0.
the development of that game or after? That's the true question.
Anderson kicks it deep. So at halftime, it's the Chiefs 3, the Jets 0.
Because maybe the Jets are even better. I mean, in the 2004 game.
New York did a good job on defense, but their offense needs to start pulling their weight in the second half.
Okay, so that sucks because I don't want them to score other points.
Anderson places it long.
23 yards.
Testaverde to take it to the air on first down.
The quarterback lost a grip on that one, I hope. Bad throw.
Testaverde ready to throw the ball.
The quarterback showed you why some consider him one of the best on that throw.
Yes, it's thirsty.
Testaverde over the defense on first down.
Great job forcing the incompletion there. The receiver didn't have a chance to catch it.
Testaverde will throw on second down.
He just got a little ahead of himself there. Tried to throw before his feet were set.
Solid tackle.
Receivers love those kind of plays. He didn't have to adjust to the ball at all. It was right where it needed to be.
Kansas City will send for against the quarterback. Pass is incomplete. Testaverde goes to work on second down.
Got killed.
Bush tracks him down.
Nothing fancy there. Go deep. I'll throw it.
Okay,
You
so I'm
catch it.
close
Only
to
the fourth quarter
the
remains.
touchdown
It's
zone.
gut check time for all concerned. The Chiefs 3, the Jets 0.
The quarterback forced that one in there, but it's incompletion nonetheless.
So as you can see, it takes me a lot of time to
score.
score.
That pass is intercepted. New York will rush 4 this time. Ball carrier taken down.
Offsides on the defense.
My bad. I went too early.
Richardson starts in motion. Holmes gets the carry. Taken down.
I'll probably
The
lose
running back
this
saw a
one.
little crease, but it closed up before he could squeeze
Again.
through for a decent gain.
For the fourth time or fifth?
Morton on the move. Holmes takes the ball on the exchange. Green surveys the defense on 3rd down.
The running back got pummeled there.
Straczynski prepares to punt it away. For Dan Fouts, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
Great. So let's okay, so next one is simulate, and then I need to go back to play mode. Let's not redo that same mistake. Before playing, to see the standings. Okay, so home again.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan.
I don't know if in this game it changed
the Meadowlands home of the
anything to
New
the
York Jets. Today they faced the Minnesota Vikings.
Dick, both these coaches know their teams are talented, motivated, and capable of putting points on the board. But I think the difference will be 1 or 2 big defensive plays. We'll see.
Okay, so let's see if they are good at defending or attacking.
Ball kicks off. Culpepper looking over the defensive coverage on 1st down. Readies to throw the ball. Howard makes the stop.
The quarterback threw a risky pass there. Lucky he
Because
didn't
they
get picked.
also do pass, I mean, on the outside. So that's not good.
New York going with 5 defensive backs now. Morrow stopped after a good pickup.
That's why they love this guy. He makes solid reads and delivers the ball with great accuracy.
Culpepper reading the defense on first down.
What?
Great throw.
Bennett picks up good yardage there.
On that play,
Okay.
the defender was fooled badly. He was almost spun in circles.
After the opening stanza, it's the Jets 0, the Vikings 0. Culpepper brings the offense up to the line of scrimmage. First down.
That was a miss.
Tracks him down.
That's what you call earning your keep. Yards between the tackles are always hard to come by.
Morrow going in motion.
Green, 47.
Hit touchdown Vikings.
Welp.
Bryan to try the extra point.
Hot. Hot.
He hits the point after. The Vikings 7, the Jets 0. Bryan moves it long. Testaverde goes to work with split back. Crockett deflects the pass, incomplete.
They were battling for it, but the defender got the best of him on that play.
Minnesota going with a 4-man front now. Crockett deflects the ball nicely.
The QB needs a bigger window. The coverage was just too darn good there.
Testaverde will go to work with split backs.
Great defenders make great plays. Simple as that.
They're going to go on fourth down.
Okay.
Kelly stops him cold.
The running back turned the corner and saw nothing but daylight. Great blocking.
Minnesota shows a 5 defensive back set.
We don't have enough time to score anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Getting ready now for the 5th play of the drive. So at halftime, it's the Vikings 7, the Jets 0.
This game is by no means out of reach. Their offense just needs to step up to the plate and produce.
Bryan kicks off.
Okay, 27 yards.
Minnesota will rush 4 this time.
Great anticipation by the defender. He broke on the ball quicker than the receiver did.
Testaverde goes to work from the shotgun. Goes backwards on that one. Minnesota, well off the line of scrimmage.
Because they are good at attacking and defending, so it will be even harder
Testaverde
than the previous match.
intended for the tight end, incomplete. The Vikings take over at the 25-yard line.
They are good or I suck, I mean. Probably the latter.
Takes possession here in the third period. They go with the ground game.
Somebody forgot to tell the running back that you don't get any credit for those sideways yards.
Culpepper goes to work on second down. The running back can't come up with it. New York setting up with 5 DBs this time. Morrow fools that defense and makes the snag.
The quarterback just showed us why the coaching staff believes he can take them places this season. Great throw.
They don't have enough time. Let's quit and redo that. Plus I was losing.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, so the Minnesota Vikings are pretty rough.
Between two quality opponents, it makes our job worthwhile. Should be some head banging here in this one.
Kicks it long.
Okay, 18 yards. Nice.
Culpepper goes to work from the shotgun. Ball ends incomplete.
Sometimes the quarterback just loses the handle. I think that was the case there.
Yeah, those shitty
Bennett
pass.
deep in the backfield. Intended for the wide receiver, incomplete.
It's hard, but the quarterback's got to forget that play and move on.
New York goes with 5 defensive backs now.
Really?
Taken down.
That's the kind of great
Okay,
throw that makes opposing
I have a
coaches
bad
shake.
defense.
Rifle shot.
Like they were two and they were not able to Stop that guy.
Culpepper scans the defense on first down. Solid tackle.
He spun through the defense for a nice pickup.
New York showing a 5-man defensive backfield. Complete to the wideout.
When a quarterback can make those kinds of throws, he's guaranteed a roster spot in this league.
And they're going to move a man around. After the opening stanza, it's the Jets 0, the Vikings 0. New York setting up with 5 DBs this time. Culpepper will look to throw. Not to the turf.
The receiver showed what makes NFL receivers so great.
Okay.
The ability to go up in traffic and make the big play.
Operating well. This will be the 6th play of the drive. Tackled for a loss.
The back had no chance on that play. Nowhere to run.
Culpepper checks the defense on second down. Will look to throw.
Pass interference on the defense.
I don't know how you're supposed to attack.
New York calls for its nickel package in this one.
To make them unable to do a touchdown. That's all I don't get.
Brian will attempt the extra point. He hits the point after. The Vikings 7, the Jets 0. Brian places it long.
Almost 40 yards.
Testaverde checks out the defensive alignment on first down.
Whoa, okay.
Loses yardage on the play. Testaverde scanning the defense on second down. Crockett deflects the ball nicely.
The linebacker shadowed him until the ball arrived, then almost came up with a pick.
Testaverde goes to work on third down.
Okay, that's a
Number
mess.
69 brought down after a good pickup. New York will go for it here on fourth down. We're halfway home with the score. The Vikings 7, the Jets 0.
New York needs to pick up the tempo on offense if they hope to get out of here with a win.
Ryan places it deep. Motion on this play. Rommel beats his man for the sack. Minnesota going with 6 defensive backs. Redford deflects the pass, incomplete.
The defender was all over that guy. I'm not sure why the quarterback threw it.
Ball breaks through for the
I
sack.
can't progress.
Testaverde readies to throw the
Whoa,
ball.
okay.
Carter stops him cold.
That's the kind of throw that separates good quarterbacks from great quarterbacks. He looked like a great one there.
Testaverde prepares to pass. Grabet in motion on this play.
New York should get in and out of the huddle.
Okay, so I need to
quickly. Time
learn
is
that
crucial here.
if I want to win.
Testaverde
Yes,
looks
okay.
downfield on second down.
He didn't have a lot of room to operate with, but he fired that one in nicely.
Man in motion. Robbins sacks the quarterback. Looking to the middle of the field, incomplete.
His arm went a little rubbery on that play. Wow.
Bradford wrestles him down.
The quarterback set up nicely, found his man, and delivered an absolutely perfect throw on that one.
Hall tracks him
What?
down.
Penalty for who?
Personal foul on the defense.
Everybody saw that penalty. Good call.
Testaverde has split his backs behind him.
Okay, touchdown.
Down Jets.
Yes, indeed. But I still need to know how to kick to win. Like I don't know the option to kick. I don't know if it's in this menu. Like if I take the shotgun option.
New York won't kick it.
Okay, won't
They're
kick
gonna go
it,
for
so...
two.
Okay!
Good on the two-point conversion. The Jets 8. The Vikings.
Okay, so I win. I got lucky. I got extremely lucky. But again, I still don't know how to kick a ball. Which is sad, because I know it's by using your feet. But yeah, I don't know in this game what the option is. And I have no manual to... Well, they are easy to do, the kickoff.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set.
You just have to press down
They
and
stop after a good
press
kick.
X
Receiver made the quarterback look good there.
at
Great
the
catch.
For
perfect
Dan
time.
Dowds, I'm Dick Enberg saying
But it's not
so
too hard to
long.
do. Okay, so let's save. Oh yes, cheerleader, because I won. I should say cheerleader, because cheerleader doesn't sound nice. Sound nasty. Mr. Glass. Your cheat code. Okay, so let's see the reports first. So 14. I won't overwrite. Oh, it takes 5 blocks to save a game. Okay. You know, I could cheat, like I could play as the other team and let them lose. I won't do that, but I could.
Across the Hudson River from Manhattan, we welcome you to East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands home of the New York Jets. Tonight they meet
Okay, so still home for the third time.
With two teams that are
in a row.
disadvantaged, the first mistake you make could be your last. It'll be interesting to see which team remains focused and avoids the costly turnover.
Toi aussi, là. I should say to kick, but...
Dawson takes it deep.
Okay. Nice one.
Testaverde taking possession here in the first quarter. Holmes with a wrap-up tackle.
Great concentration by the receiver. He just refused to be denied on that play.
Testaverde scanning the defense on second down.
Okay, so defense...
The quarterback showed he's got the
I don't know
tools
the
on
brands,
that
but
throw.
the
Great
defense
decision.
looks bad. So...
Testaverde will go to work with split back.
like, look at that. I'm not even trying.
Rabet brought down after a good pickup.
They went head-to-head, and the receiver was able to out-battle him there.
Rabet getting in motion. Bent stopped after a good pickup.
The quarterback threw a bullet on that one, Dick. Great play.
At the end of one, it's the Jets 0, the Browns 0.
Already the end of the first quarter, I mean. Okay.
Rabet in motion on this play.
Too easy.
Down Jets. New York will go for 2 after that touchdown.
Oh! Oh, bad.
Sanders makes the tackle. The 2-point try is no good. The Jets 6, the Browns 0.
Okay, so let's see if they are good at attacking. Okay, 26 yards, not bad.
Couch starts this drive in the second quarter. Jackson takes the pitch. Stopped on the play.
Can't ask for more than that. The blocks were made, and the running back ran and spun for the rest.
New York shows a 5 defensive back set. Johnson makes the catch.
They are bad indeed.
Go deep, I'll throw it, you catch it.
Big oof. Big oof. But that's my mistake, it's not...
Couch has split his backs behind him. Meckens the tackler. Jackson in the game. Couch looking deep.
Pass interference on the defense.
Couch looks over the defense on first down. Looking for the running back, incomplete.
Okay, I prefer they go for that.
3 points to cut the lead. The Jets 6, the Browns 3. Dawson blasts deep. After the opening half of play, it's the Jets 6, the Browns 3.
Cleveland did a good job on defense, but their offense needs to start pulling their weight in the second half.
Oh, bad kick.
Ball doesn't get all of it.
It's easier when you don't mess up.
Couch lines them up, beginning this third quarter drive. Lewis deflects the pass, incomplete.
They had the right defense called on that play, Dick.
Couch checks the defense on second down. Garnes makes the tackle.
That's why they love this guy. He makes solid reads and delivers the ball with great accuracy.
Expected to get
New
the
York
ball.
setting up with 5 DBs this time. He takes the handoff. Webster makes the stop.
When you get that kind of gain from the inside running game, you're going to be a tough offense to stop.
Couch scanning the defense on second down. Will look to throw. Jackson picks up good yardage there.
The quarterback saw his
Okay,
man
that sucks.
standing alone and took him. Good read.
And they'll utilize motion.
Cleveland just needs to string together a few good plays, and they'll be all right.
Couch reading the defense on first down. Solid tackle.
The running back showed good strength there, keeping the defender at bay with a stiff arm.
Johnson starts in motion. Goes backwards on that one.
A 5-yard loss. That's nice.
New York going with 5 defensive backs now. Can't connect.
Tough bound. Okay, so I think it's the last. After that is my turn. Okay, so it will be a tie.
Dead even with that field goal. The Jets 6, the Browns 6.
Unless I score somehow.
Dawson kicks it. Cleveland calls its base 4-man front now.
Nice.
Fuller stops him cold.
The defender did what he could, but that was just a great individual effort by the receiver.
Cleveland calls for its nickel package in the spot. Bravette brought down after a good pickup.
That ball was humming. The receiver had no choice
Enough
but to catch
time to score.
Bush deflects the ball
It's a
nicely.
tie.
The receiver just couldn't create any separation on that play.
Cleveland going with a 4-man front now.
What penalty?
Bush makes the tackle.
Oh,
Roughing the
For
passer
who?
on the defense.
I hate to question these guys, but that just wasn't a good call.
Bravette in motion. Griffith tracks him down.
Roughing the passer on the defense.
Anybody could have made that call. Obvious.
yeah, but it's.
They're going to move a man around.
Oh, really? At the end of the time? Okay, I take that. Like the game took pity on me, I think.
New York will go for 2 after that touchdown. The 2-point conversion, no good. For Dan Fouts, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long.
Like really, you can't lose. It's the Brown. They won't let you lose. Okay, so that's nice. It's funny, you had the option to decline the penalty. Like, do you want to win or do you want to lose? Okay, so let's save and I will end the stream here. Okay, first let's see the reports. Okay. Let's save that. But I want to... Okay, so you can't... Okay, bah... Oh, okay. So I will need to put another memory card. Because like, apparently you can't... Oh! Yes, you can select slot 2. Okay. So you can't save on your previous saves if you if the memory card is full, which is a bit bullshit, but can't do anything about that. Okay. But I could delete the file. It could work. But yep. So I'll end the stream now. So let's raid someone. Let's see who's online. Let's stop the timer also. Let's see. Okay, so we can raid Ippolito, Pibbs, BPN. Let's raid BPN. Let's go. He's probably playing Road Rash. Yes, he's playing Road Rash. So have a good night and see ya tomorrow. And thanks for watching. No need to thank me for streaming. Thanks for watching.